Good morning and welcome to the European Canoe Marathon Championships 2009. With some highlights from the previous days, and today this morning we watch ladies C1. Welcome back to the 2019 European Marathon Championships here in Decize, France. We are in the middle of France, in the Bourgogne area, famous for its agriculture projects such as wine, especially very nice white wine, cattle, and other agriculture projects. It's a great area, and the conditions this morning is perfect for marathon racing. It's around 23 centigrade, and today's schedule is really nice. We start up with the C1 Women's Senior at 9 o'clock, and then 10:45 C1 Men's Senior. And in the afternoon, there are K1 Women Senior at 1400, and 16:30 is K1 Men Senior. So it's a full day of great racing here on the Loire River in the middle of France. are doing marathons, which means they are doing a course that is around 4 kilometers long. As you can see from the animation here, the first lap has no portage, and then following the green line there, around the bend and the overland, short portage, and then the final short lap, just 1,000 meters from the finish. So the different categories does a different number of laps, and the first one on the course is C1 women senior, doing 4 laps, 4 full laps, 3 portages and 1 small lap. And the small lap is just 1,000 meters from the finish. On the start line is Adriana Antos, Poland. On the inner side here, boat number 401. 402, Marine Sansinena from France. 403, Regina Bonai from Hungary. 404, Ludmila Babak from Ukraine, the winner of the previous year's World Championships and European Championships. A very, very strong Ukrainian marathon paddler. 405, Cristina San Juan from Spain. 406, Dora Horani from Hungary. 407, Jennifer Casal from Spain. And 408 from Ukraine, Amina Palamarchuk. Ready to start? We use the sprint starting gates, meaning that it is lines between the gates used for sprint racing, for the lanes in sprint racing. And the important thing for the athletes here now is not to get the boat stuck in these lines. This forces the athletes to stay well behind the start line, and also provide very good and fair starts. And off they are. It's France, Marine Sansinena. We have seen her before on these courses, who's taking the lead out from the gates, together with Hungary. Ludmila Babak in her blue tracksuit there in the middle. Watch her. We'll see her take initiative quite soon, I think, in these races. Her tactics used to be to go in a steady state pace already from the start. And then just over the long distance, just paddle a little bit faster than everyone else.
yeux derrière ta tête. Comme toute mère, t'as pas des yeux derrière la tête. J'ai pas eu la graisse. Ou alors tu l'as enlevé.
Bonjour, bienvenue à toutes et à tous pour cette troisième journée du championnat d'Europe de marathon 2019 ici à Decize. Alors juste un petit peu de pluie dans la nuit pour rafraîchir un peu l'ambiance. Et puis déjà...
Staying well together, Ludmila Babak taking initiative, pulling ahead as we are used to see her. Wonderful shot here, right from the front, and everyone can see how narrow these boats are, just to fit the knees of the paddlers. They're controlling it by their legs and hips, and need to rely on the paddle to keep the balance. It's Ukraine and it's France, Marine Sansinena.
Du canoë homme senior. À 14h, eh bien, ce sera le départ du kayak senior. Et enfin, nous terminerons la journée avec à 16h30 le car homme senior. Donc un très beau programme avec des courses spectaculaires, engagées. Les conditions climatiques qui, ma foi, ont l'air de se tenir. On nous annonce peut-être quelques averses.
Regina Bonai from Hungary, together with Kristina Sanchuan. These girls have raced also the short distance, the short track, on Thursday, and in that race Ludmila Babak won with Dora Horani from Hungary second and Regina Bonai third. Marine Sansinena, who is leading this group now, were on the short track fifth. But we have seen her previously also on the marathon courses doing well.
que là, celui-là. Et les autres, s'il y a personne d'autre. Ah, c'est celui qui fait le point d'habitude. Ouais, ouais. Oui, l'autre caisse, vous savez pas où elle est, la caisse. Si on se posait la question, je trouve ça
Grand portage, elles ont les
Marine Sansinena, together with Ludmila Babak,
En amont, le virage 1.
already on their own.
Eh bien, tient son rang puisque elle tient la tête de cette course pour le moment. Donc une course 1 km.
Just ahead of the Hungarians.
15 km 250, pardon. 15 km 250.
Dora Horani and Regina Bonai.
Avec 4 grands virages, 3 portages. Rappelez le principe, hein, les 2 premiers grands virages se font sans portage. On enchaîne 2 grands tours. Et puis, à la fin du deuxième tour, donc, on attaque son premier portage.
Staying well together, Marine Sansinena, Ludmila Babak and Dora Horani, just 5 seconds behind. Jennifer Casal from Spain, Adriana Santos from Poland, Cristina San Juan from Spain, and Regina Bonai from Hungary. All of them well together. This is how we are used to see C1 racing, staying on the washes behind each other rather than beside, as we are used to seeing K1. It depends on the ability to maneuver. These girls are steering their boats by the paddle and by leaning the boat from side to side. Lean the boat a little bit to the right and it turns left, and lean the boat a little bit to the left and it turns right. And then they control the big movements with their paddle. C1 ladies that were introduced 6-7 years ago, something like that. Before that it was only men, a category for men for many years. Strange enough. But then it was introduced as an Olympic discipline by the International Canoe Federation and the International Olympic Committee, and since then the development of this wonderful sport has exploded all over the world. Also thanks to a International Canoe Federation development program that has helped newcomers in the C category to develop. So now we are racing C1 women and C2 women from 200 meters up to marathons. C1s that are wonderful to train and paddle on rivers and small lakes. They're used for that traditionally. Open boats, nice to paddle, but they can't really take any big waters with big waves. Too open, too unstable for that. While countries that are doing it, they're training on more open waters than rivers, small rivers and canals and such, have some difficulties to develop, of course. Like flatlands can't have downhill skiing. Wonderful shot from on Adriana Antos from Poland that usually have very good canoe paddlers. in all categories. And it's great conditions here on the Loire River this morning. As you can see, perfect temperature. The tremendous heat that have been for the last week has finally left. It left yesterday evening, right after the great race of men under 23 K1, won by the Danes, Mats Brandt Pedersen and Torbjörn Rask. Gold and silver. Right after their finish, it started to rain and clouds came in, and now it's a normal summer weather here in the center of France. Around 23, a little bit cloudy, a little bit of wind, and the water temperature is 17 or 18, so it's just perfect conditions for marathon racing. And the Loire River offers nice water, calm water, and the Decize region offers beautiful views. We are using a dam. The river is dammed by different locks. So the water level is perfect here this morning.
Et toi, ça va?
Nickel. Regarde, tout frais. Attends.
Là, comme ça, tout frais.
On s'approche de la fin du premier tour avec toujours en tête l'Ukrainien Yulia Malak avec Jean Savag et Marine Santinella bien calé. Parfaite position pour aborder ce début de marathon. Alors attention, cette première, évidemment, on l'a vu briller lors de la short race. C'est une cliente plus que sérieuse. En tout cas, pour le moment, Marine est parfaitement positionnée dans cette course. Des conditions parfaites ce matin, un peu de fraîcheur, juste un tout petit peu d'air. On est dans des conditions idéales pour le marathon.
Into their first turn here outside the commentary position. And this lap is no portage, so they are just passing these yellow boys. It's Ludmila Babak in the lead. Marine Sansinena second. Dora Horani, junior actually from Hungary. Dora Horani that were second in the junior category yesterday, paddling then 11.6 kilometers. Jennifer Casal from Spain. Doing her first race here today. Cristina San Juan, also Spain. Spain does almost always produce good C1 paddlers and C2 paddlers. And then Regina Bonai from Hungary. Bonai that had a bronze medal at the C1 women short race final the other day. And then Adriana Antos from Poland. Babak is moving on, as we're used to see her. She has been winning quite comfortably the recent years, marathon racing. European champion and the world champion, Ludmila Babak from Ukraine. Ukraine that has a large and big team here on these championships this week. Having had 3 medals so far. Ludmila Babak in the short distance, and then a K2 medal for men and a K1 medal for the juniors.
At 10:45, the start of the C1 men will be given. Then at 2 o'clock, the K1 senior women, and the last start of the day at 4:30, the K1 senior men.
Great study of the technique for C1. You can see how she using her legs and hips, and the arms is just to hold the paddle. Quite straight arms, using the back, the hips and the legs. Powerful long stroke. Very traditional C1 technique. Some others use shorter strokes and more power on the short stroke.
Vai chover, aqui é uma estação a apanhar água, grua não funciona.
Ela está a funcionar.
Sim, não.
Já está, já não para, aquela merda.
And this list of split times or split positions is produced by a GPS device mounted on the boats. Just a small device in a plastic box, taking in time signals from the GPS satellites, counting the position by comparing at least 3 satellites, probably more often 4, creating a position with half a meter accuracy or so. And then the system, the device on the boat, transmit that position via the mobile phone system, the GSM mobile phone system, to the internet. And the signal is managed in a computer central, I think in Denmark, where the track company that is producing this are located. And then over internet into our live stream here. Last year at the European Championships in Metkovic in Croatia, Babak had a gold medal. Croatia, Vanessa Todt, silver, and Ukraine had also the bronze medal by Maria Honchurova. She's not with us here today. And fourth were Marine Sansinena from France. Regina Bonai, Hungary, was fifth. And she is also here with us today. Jennifer Casal from Spain also participated last year, finishing 8th by then. And Adriana Antos from Poland, finishing 10th last year. Now at the upper turn, 27 minutes into the race. They're on lap 2 out of 4. Babak in the lead, 7 seconds before Marine Sansinena. Marine Sansinena, that were 5th at a short track previously this week. Short track that had a running time on around 20 minutes, just 3.4 kilometers with 2 portages. Similarly, she is better suited for the long distance. No problem to follow Babak. And she's doing that riding the wash behind Babak's boat. There is a slight wash there. There's another one beside the boat, but not that big because these girls are quite light and the boat doesn't produce much of a wave, much of a wash behind them. Here is Dora Orani leading the second group together with Jennifer Casal and Kristina San Juan. Currently doing better than last year. And these girls finished 8 and 9, Casal and Ramal from Spain. Dora Horani, that is still a junior, meaning that she is under 18. Had a silver medal in the juniors, 11.8 kilometers yesterday. Very talented Hungarian. Dora Horani. Very long, smooth, nice, powerful strokes here from Babak. Using as little energy as possible over this long distance. Usually Babak like the steady state pace, meaning that she is trying to keep the same speed all around the course, the long course. And as that speed is a little bit higher than anyone else, all the other girls have difficulties to follow. Babak used to train long distances, perfectly suited for marathon racing. Quite small girl with great endurance. And this is Marine Sansinena. It's always nice for the organizing country to have someone on the medal position. And this time Marine Sansinena, France, that have done quite well during this championship. .405 is Cristina San Juan from Spain, currently on 5th position, about 170 meters behind the leading Babak. Soon halfway through the race, Babak. A wonderful marathon technique. Passing the commentary position now in the grandstand, and the crowd is cheering her, of course. Great athlete. .401 back to the tail enders of the race, Adriana Antos. 300 meters behind on the screen. Antos that finished 10th last year and is now on the 7th position. Dora Orani, Hungary. The junior, the talented Hungarian junior, currently on the bronze position. When Babak is doing her turn, entering the last 100 meters into the first portage, followed by Marine Sansinena from France. There she is, Babak. Around that bend, and now around this little rock in the middle of the river, just 50 meters from the first portage. The first portage out of 3. Marine Sansinena 20 seconds behind Babak. Dora Orani 50 seconds behind, and then followed by Jennifer Casal and now Regina Bonai, also Hungary. Babak with a drinking tube in her mouth. She is keeping it in her mouth running. Quite unusual, but effective, of course. Great technique entering the pontoon there from Babak. Just rising and then running. Sansinena, a little bit more unstable. It's difficult here. The pontoon is quite high. It's easy to run the bow of the boat into the pontoon and have an accident. Babak jogging quite relaxed over the pontoon. Sansinena, a great runner. Great speed over the portage. Down there on the slippery plastic pontoon. Into the far end of the pontoon. No problem for Sansinena to get through.
Suivi par les Espagnols, alors tous les grands noms du marathon sont présents, toutes les grandes nations du marathon sont présentes.
Difficult to run and to carry the boat when it's full of water. Tipping from side to side. Often better to just try to empty the boat in the entrance of the portage. Here is Cristina San Juan from Spain. And the pontoon is slippery. She managed that little accident quite well. Cristina San Juan. 200 meters behind the leading Babak. Halfway through the race. They are now on lap number 3 out of 4, as you can see there on the graphic. And here is Dora Horani from Hungary on 3rd position, together with Regina, her teammate Regina Bonai, that is passing Jennifer Casal from Spain there. Hungarians in white tracksuit. Horani here, the very talented junior, having a silver medal after Clemence Leblanc yesterday in the C1 women junior race of 11.6 kilometers, and also a silver medal in the senior category on Thursday when they were racing the short distance. Dora Horani. Sansinena now once again about 60 meters after Babak. She actually closed in a little bit over the portage, took a 20 meters or so by running faster. And now following the bank of the river. It's no current on the river, so I don't really know why she's doing that. Because it's a dam down here, and the water level in the French rivers and the European rivers this summer is very low. So without this dam, it would have been very little water in this river. Here's the medal roster currently. Hungary, a total of 16 medals, and as you can see, 16 medals is more than all the other nations together, or close to. Quite a good spread out of medals. a little bit better spread this year than previously. Last couple of years, Hungary has dominated totally, producing more medals than all other nations together. This year, the other nations are a little bit more close. Here we can see the drone following the athletes. Producing great images. The two Hungarians, Bonai and Horani, on third and fourth position. Marine Sansinena, France, now 80 meters behind. So Babak, as we are used to see her, is now creating a larger and larger gap for herself. Usually it is like that. It's not that Babak is paddling faster. She's keeping her steady state pace all across the long distance, while the others are more affected by the kilometers down. Marine Sansinena stopping there to adjust her drinking equipment. For the C1s, they have bottles or plastic bags on the bottom of their boats, and quite long tubes to get the drinks in their mouth. Different to kayaks, where they usually carry the drinks around their neck in small plastic bags, possible to replace at the portages. Marine Sansinena, about 90 meter or 100 meter behind Babak now, and behind Sansinena, the group of three is, or the group of two now. The two Hungarians are doing everything they can to close the gap, and they are actually closing in a little bit now on Sansinena. Wonderful view here. You can see how they are following each other, Bonai and Horanai. Now, the second boat is riding the aft wash of the one in front. And then Jennifer Casal from Spain. Increasing the speed now, seeing that she's closing in on Sansinena. Here's a wonderful view of the city of Decize. It's already mentioned in Julius Caesar's notes from the Gallic Wars, where he wrote that on this island, on the river Loire, he met with two Gallic tribes and created peace by choosing one tribe before the other as the leading one in this region. Already then, 2,000 years ago, that kind of crisis management worked out quite well here. (6,000 inhabitants in the city here, 5,000 to 6,000 in the Bourgogne district, one of the most important agriculture centers, this ancient town of Decize. And And the Loire River is very important for the region, of course, producing water for the agriculture around here. Several canals are added to the river, previously for transport reasons, but is still used for recreations, but also for boating and for transport. And still these traditional boats that we can see here are used for transportation. Wooden boats, specifically made for rivers, flat-bottomed. And during this event they are used for the course umpires and the referees. And in this weather they have quite a good time there. Previously this week it has been a little bit too hot. We had 43 centigrades on Thursday in this very, very hot weather that France suffered from in the beginning of this week. But today it's perfect conditions for marathon racing. Wonderful view of this region, the Bourgogne region, where this little city of Decize is. Canoeing and marathon racing is taking us to so many wonderful places in Europe. It's really nice to experience them and being able to show them on the great live stream productions that we currently and today have. Last year we were in Metkovic in Croatia. Also that an ancient city founded by Caesar and his colleagues during the early stages of the Roman Empire. These guys were everywhere, even traveling more than we are doing, but in a different way. Babak, keeping her pace, increasing the gap to her fellow competitors. Now over 100 meters, 130 or so, before Marine Sansinena. And the two Hungarians still have 100 meters to go to close that gap. When they are now on the third lap out of 4. Great shot from this drone, flying 100 meters over the river. We can clearly see the flatlands of this part of France, perfect for agriculture. All kind of crops is growing here. It's corn, and it's wheat, and it's of course wine. Great grapes and good wine, especially the white. We have learned during this event the regional representatives quite proud of their good wine. Babak, a wonderful shot of this talented and very, very strong marathon athlete from Ukraine. Won both the European Championships and the World Championships last year, as she did the year before.
On termine maintenant pour l'heure de cette course ukrainienne Babak son troisième tour. Bientôt quelques centaines de mètres au passage de la ligne de départ. Suivi avec distance par Decize, la française. Solidement accrochée à sa deuxième place.
Babak, have had great racing both in sprint and marathon for quite many years. We saw her first in the World Championships in Brandenburg, Germany, 2016, where she had a bronze medal in women's C1. Followed by a gold medal at the European Championships 2017 in Ponte de Lima, Portugal. And another gold medal in the World Championships in Pietermaritzburg, South Africa, 2017. Same year, both the European and World Champion 2017, and the same in 2018. But last year, she also had a bronze medal in C1 Women 5,000 meter at the sprint World European Championships in Belgrade, in Serbia. Marine Sansinena. She had a bronze medal in the World Championships in Prada, Portugal, last year. And the fourth position at the European Championships in Metkovic also last year. The fifth position previously this week in the short distance.
Rien de très beau non plus. A priori, tout va bien. Encore une fois, les conditions météo sont vraiment excellentes. Voilà Marine qui se présente à son tour au ponton. Allez, on l'encourage la française. On l'encourage.
Marine Sansinena. Cheered by the crowd, of course. 18 seconds behind Babak. It's slippery on the pontoon. Need to take it easy. The two Hungarians.
Au ponton de l'Archéon, deux techniques différentes, une qui porte et l'autre qui laisse glisser son bateau.
Ponai and Horani. Ponai that had a 5th position last year in the World Championships in Prada, Portugal, and another 5th position in Metkovic at the European Championships. It was the first time we saw her on the international senior courses. And Horani is still a junior. Silver medal, both at the short track. Previously this event, and the silver medal among the C1 women juniors yesterday. Now about 100 meters still behind the Marine Sansinena in the race for the silver medal. Cristina San Juan, Spain. Spain that also produces quite a lot of good female C1 paddlers currently. Good marathon tradition in Spain. Many classic races there, like the Riba del Sella, with thousands of participants each year. Folkfest. Many such races there in Spain. The Marathon Week, the Canoe Marathon Week is one of them, where they have K4 racing, K1 racing, K2 racing in another part of Spain. And the Riba del Sella that have been running for many, many years. My father-in-law actually won the K2 back in 1958, 61 years ago, and the race was already then classic. So it must have been on for at least 70 years or so. Every year, great racing there. One of these races that is a must for marathon paddlers all over the world to participate in at least once. Great festivities around it. Another form of the great sport of marathon canoeing. Marathon canoeing that is very global. All continents are represented. Good paddlers from Asia, from Africa, from Polynesia, from Australia, South America, the Americas in general, and of course Europe. It is slippery, as you saw there, on this replay from Marine Sansinai. And there is the leader, Ludmila Babak. 130 meters before Marine Sansinena. And that means that Sansinena is keeping the same speed now as Babak. Well done from Sansinena. Really well done. Usually Babak in this stage of the race increase her gap, but today Sansinena is keeping up quite well. 130 meters is not more than half a minute or so, or a little bit less. Doing a great job here this morning, Sansinena. Heading for her best result so far, Marine Sansinena, who had a bronze medal at the World Championships in Prada, Portugal last year, and the 4th position at the Europeans in Metkovic, Croatia. Similarly, these two girls will not be able to close the gap to Sansinena. With just 3.5 kilometers more to go. A gap of a little bit more than 100 meters might be too long for them. Even if Bonai is now doing everything she can to close that gap. Regina Bonai. Regina Bonai and Dora Horani. Dora Orani, the talented junior from Hungary. A lot to expect from her in the coming years. Already as a junior, having a silver medal at a short track previously this week, and another silver medal at the C1 Women Juniors over the long distance yesterday, where Clémence Leblanc from France won. Around the upper turn.
Course pour ces jeunes femmes. Elles vont une bonne température. Tout va bien à Decize dans cette troisième journée.
Je l'ai vu et ils ont essayé en fait de mettre un quart d'heure de briefing pour 30 secondes de voiture. Non mais reviens,
Back, perfect marathon technique. You can see she's moving as little as she can, just producing good enough effort to move fast enough to keep the others behind. Marine Sansinena. Using her front leg to produce the power necessary to move ahead. And the two Hungarians. In the race for the bronze medal. Perfectly positioned behind each other. The second one riding the small wash of the one in front of her. Okay, here it's easy to see the difference in technique between Bonai and, for instance, Babak. Bonai is using much more power in the front end of the stroke. Much shorter stroke. Stopping the stroke at her hip or front knee, actually. That's a more classic sprint technique. Just producing the power where you are strongest, and that is in front. Using the power of the front leg and the hips and the back. Very coordinated, quite short, just a 20 centimeter powerful stroke or so. Different to the more classic long distance technique that we can see here. Much longer stroke. This technique with a short, powerful stroke is more effective to produce high speed in sprint racing, for instance, or in the finish, than the more long stroke that is a little bit more effective over the long distance to keep the speed high over many kilometers without being tired, at least muscularly tired. This is something in between. Marine Sansinena, bronze medalist at the Worlds last year. Ludmilla won, and and she was fourth. Sansinia was also fourth at the Europeans. So now heading for her best medal ever, as it seems. And they have about 2 kilometers more to go.
Il reste un peu plus d'un kilomètre 5 pour la première concurrente avec l'Ukrainienne Lyudmila.
Jennifer Casal, Spain. Also using this classic long stroke marathon technique. The similarities for everyone is that they are not using their arms other than to hold the pedal. It's part of the shaft of the pedal, so to speak. All the power comes from their hips, their back, and their legs. Of course, they need strong shoulders as well to be able to control the pedal in the water. They are steering and balancing everything they do by using the pedal. Losing the pedal is the same as falling in, capsizing. Putting much of their body weight into the pedal in every stroke is an effective way to move forward. Back into her final turn before the portage.
De la zone de portage.
160 meters before Sansinia. That in turn are 160 meters or so before Bonai. Bonai still together with Horania, both Hungary. So we will have a Hungarian race for the bronze medal, as it seems. While Babak once again have secured the gold for herself.
Début à la fin. Une minute fine par entre la Française et l'Ukrainienne maintenant.
Vous n'avez pas vu sur la distance?
Round the turn, can clearly see how she leaned the boat to the left, and then it turns to the right. Very effective way of steering sea boats.
Pas de raison de prendre de risque. On va l'effectuer, voilà, tranquillement.
Marine Sansinena over the final portage, shared by the crowd. Just 1,000 meters more to go to another gold medal in the European Championships. She won 2017 and she won 2018, and now she's heading for her third gold medal in the World Championships. She also had a gold at the short track on Thursday. Ludmila Babak.
Et voilà, c'est parti pour le dernier petit tour de Ludmila Babak. Tandis que Marine arrive à l'instant au ponton de débarquement. Il va falloir donner un peu de voix pour Marine. Voilà, parfaitement débarqué pour Marine.
Marine Sansinena, France, heading for her best results ever. It's a silver medal for her here today at the Loire River. Marine Sansinena, France. The final portage, just a kilometer more to go. This great morning on the Loire River. Nice and tidy into the boat.
Reparti également pour Marine, donc qui va assurer sa deuxième place pour ce championnat d'Europe 2019 de Decize.
And now the race for the bronze medal. It's Hungary, and Hungary. Regina Bonai and Dora Horani. And it's Bonai that is running fastest over the final portage. It's Bonai, the bronze medalist from the short track, that has the advantage out here on the short lap. Regina Bonai ahead of the junior Dora Horani. Bonai that had a bronze medal here on the short track is now heading for another bronze medal on the long distance. Fifth last year at the European Championships in Metkovic, and also fifth at the World Championships 2018. Bonai is now heading for a bronze. But here is the winner, the great queen of C1 marathon racing, Ludmila Babak from Ukraine. Very pleased with herself now. Great shot here. It's just 150 meters more to go for her. In the perfect conditions of the Loire River, and here's Marine Sansinena, bronze medalist at the Worlds, fourth at the Europeans last year. Now heading for a silver medal, the best results ever for her. And it comes here at the Loire River in France. Of course, she's very, very pleased with herself. Only 500 meters more to go for her. While Babak is heading for another gold medal. Just 25 meters more to go for the queen of C1 marathon paddling, Ludmila Babak, Ukraine, gold medalist in the C1 Women European Championships 2019. A great race for her, perfect conditions. You know, she loves flat water, not too much wind, perfect temperature.
La Française, qui elle aussi aura réalisé de bien belles courses.
And now everyone is cheering
Voilà,
Sansinena,
on est terminé son parcours.
heading for her best result ever.
Venir arracher
And that is on her home river here in Decize, in France. Marine Sansinena, France, silver medalist.
Voilà, c'est fait. Vice-championne d'Europe.
Very happy, shared by a great crowd here at the bank this morning. The best result ever for her. Very pleased with that, of course, especially as it is in France. And here, look at this, it's Hungary against Hungary. It's the junior racing a senior. It's Regina Bonai racing Dora Horani. And it's Horani, the junior Horani, Dora Horani, that has the lead when it's just some meters more to go. Dora Horani producing a very, very good short lap. Bronze to Dora Horani. The junior Dora Horani, silver medalist at the short track, silver medalist at the C1 Women Juniors yesterday, and now producing another medal for herself, a bronze medal at the ladies C1. Having done this 15.25 kilometers in a very technical way, right in the wash of her colleague Regina Bonai for most part of the race. Fourth position is fifth is Adriana Antosz from Poland, finishing 10th last year. At the Europeans, she's now very pleased with the fifth position here.
La prochaine course prendra son départ à 10h45 pour la prochaine course.
Around her final turn is Cristina San Juan.
Au départ à 10h45.
And on the way to the finish line, her colleague, teammate Jennifer Casal from Spain on the sixth position. Jennifer Casal, Spain.
C1 women race, gold medal for Babak Lumia. Silver medal for Marine Santinea from France.
Following Cristina San Juan on the seventh position.
Rani Dora.
Carrying her drinks on her back, quite unusual for C1. It's easy for them to have the drinks in their boat, but it's of course a very, very safe feeling to carry it on the back, never facing any issues with support. Wonderful shot here on Cristina San Juan.
Arriving to the finish line, Spanish T1, San Juan Cristina.
Finishing 7th. And that finalizes this morning racing. Now we will have a 15-minute pause until the C1 men starts at 10:45. Enjoying some highlights from this race and the great athlete Ludmila Babak in the meantime. We will be back from here in 15 minutes enjoying C1 men. Actually in 10 minutes, just 5 minutes before the start.
The C1 men, race 16 at 10:45.
Stéphane, comment il va? D'abord les dames, qui sont en travers.
Next start in less than 15 minutes. C1 men senior at 10:45. Change of weather for this race.
paddling in the pool of water at the other boats. You must always just look at the space in front of you. That's Kisley laying down the law. Here comes Kova. It's Kova, he's taking Campos on. Stroke by stroke, he's going past him. And he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
God, be calm, get in. Be calm, be calm, be calm. The Hungarians are away.
The South Africans are away, side by side.
But it's Hungary. Hungary take the initiative.
Welcome back to the 2019 European Marathon Championships. Together with me for this session is my good colleague and friend Jim Rossiter, and we will try to guide you through the next session.
Good morning, Stefan. Nice to be here again. The weather seems to have changed a bit. Yesterday it was about 30, today it's 20 and raining at the moment. So better for the paddlers, but not quite so attractive for the people who are watching the race. But I'm sure we're going to have a good C1 race today. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely so, and it's quite good conditions for the paddlers. The water temperature is higher than the air temperature currently, which is quite unusual here. And we will experience C1 men starting quite soon. And it's an interesting and straightforward course. See if we can have the animation of it here soon. It is starting there at the point right outside the commentary position. Straight forward up 2 kilometers to the first turn and then down. No portage at the first lap, and then following the green line, the second lap and all the other laps around that bend, and then over the portage, finalizing with a short lap over 1,000 meters. And that is the yellow line there. There's no specific difficulties on this course?
No, the actual section of the river here is between 2 dams, so always a constant level and constant temperature normally as well. So it shouldn't be any difficulty. There's no flow on the river at all, so paddlers can go anywhere they like. It's as you saw on the graphics there, it's a clockwise course, and so paddlers would off the start tend to go straight to the left-hand bank, and there's only a few places where it's a bit reedy, but generally you can go anywhere that you want to on the race.
Yes, indeed, and we saw that last year the winner of this race was Manuel Campos from Spain, and he also won the World Championships, and he has boat number 417 here, Manuel Campos, Spain. He have been within this racing for a while, and what can we expect today, do you think?
Well, I would imagine that he's going to be at the front of the race for most of the time. You never know what the current state of play is with any particular paddler on any day, but we would think that he would be in contention for winning a medal, if not even winning the race.
And at the intro we saw the big race between Campos and Martin Köver from Hungary back in 2015. And Köver is not anymore with us on the racing. He stopped after 2015, but we do have Campos' teammate Manuel Garrido here, boat number 421. He is also very experienced, Garrido, so we can look forward to see the race between these two Spanish athletes. And maybe Tanguy Souchier from France. He has been doing great racing previously. Also Victor Glazunov from Poland, boat for 414. Jan Dluhy from Czech Republic will also be among the top guys for sure. Jakub Percina from Czech, also from Czech Republic. We have plenty of time to discuss their previous results, and also watching the race now. When the rain is pouring this morning, I don't think it affects the athletes. They don't really suffer from it. It's wet anyway out there.
Yes, for those who are joining us for the first time on this nice long weekend, you'll see that the start gate positions here is a bit unusual. They've imported the start gates normally used on a regatta course, and between the main buckets they've slung some rope, so the whole starting gate drops at the start of the race. You have to be careful you don't get your nose caught underneath the wires there. So just ready to get ourselves organised as the rain increases. And they're off. Started by Stefan from Germany. Lots of good camera positions around the course. Oh, not such a good view down the river, up the river I should say at the moment, but you'll see most of the paddlers will be moving over to the left-hand bank fairly soon. This leg up to the top turn is 1,500 metres. So, and the road bridge, which they'll be going under, is at the roughly at the 1,000 metre mark. All the paddlers had a good, comfortable start, no problems. We have seen a few clashes earlier on during the course of the events, but you see the two Polish boats there are in contention at the front at the moment. Two Spanish boats out on the right-hand side. And there's the bridge, road bridge coming up, so they're about halfway there at the moment. Those yellow buoys that you've just gone past are the turn for the final short lap. This is from the camera mounted on the bridge. I bet that cameraman's not as happy as he was yesterday. So two Polish boats with the white tops and red shorts. White boats are leading the race at the moment. As the rain really increases now, it's really hammering down.
Very challenging weather over this week. Thursday we have 43 centigrades here in the shadow, really, really hot, and now the rain is tremendously hard. Spain and Poland in the lead.
So boat just going underneath the bridge at the 1,000 metre mark. Approximately 1,000 metres, so 4.5 minutes into the race. You can see on the top corner of the screen, you've got the lap counter. So this is indicating the lap that they are currently on, not the lap has been completed. And that will follow all the way through the race. So 26.2 kilometres for the senior men C1.
Interesting that we have no Portuguese paddlers. We are used to see them, and we had Sergio Maciel yesterday at C1 men under 23, having a silver medal, and last year Rui Lacerda from Portugal had a silver medal at Europeans in Metkovic after Emmanuel Campos, Jacob Brezina had a bronze. And Brezina is here today. But Rui Lacerda is not. It's very unusual. Portugal doesn't have anyone in the C1 men.
Yes, it's a difficult scenario. Maybe they're looking for their top C1 paddlers going for the Sprint Worlds. We had some paddlers here racing the short track racing, but not doing the full course. So yeah, we'll have to see.
So and the rain is very, very happy, very, very heavy. So the weather gods probably are happy, and the farmers here. But we are not, because the cameras out there is not rain protected for such a heavy rain, so we will not have any images for a while until this most heavy part of the rain stops. We will follow the race by the devices mounted on the boats and these split times that you can see on the screen now. So it's Manuel Garrido, who is the current leader, but they are well together. Manuel Garrido and Tangier Souchier, Jacob Brezina forms the top three. And after them, Enrico Calvi, Mateus Sochora, and Manuel Campos. Interesting to see Manuel Campos at 200 meters behind already. And here's a replay from the start. The rain was heavy then, but much more heavy now. It's hard even to see to the other side of the river, and that isn't that wide, 150 meters or so from here. Replay from the start. You can see the Poles really taking initiatives there. Both Spain, Campos and Garrido. Manuel Campos, that we saw at the World Cup in Oslo in the beginning of June, and he wasn't doing that well.
That's right. Difficult to know. It's quite early in the season, that the race in Norway, wasn't it? So it could be that it didn't fit in with his training program. Who knows? But though we were watching the replay of the start, the lap time the running time in the top left-hand corner is the actual conditions, not what you're seeing on the replay.
And here is how it looks right now. The weather gods is keeping up for the heat in the early stage of the week by letting the rain pouring over the landscape of Burgundy for the moment. Manuel Campos in the lead. They will so soon pass us here. On the previous slide, we saw Manuel Campos 200 meters behind, but yeah, we'll see who is who when they will pass us here within a couple of minutes.
So each full lap is roughly 15 minutes. So we'll see that they, with 9 minutes gone, would appear that they've gone round the top turn for the first time. All right, now we've got a live shot from the camera on the bridge. So the signals we're getting for the time gaps don't appear to be that accurate, because we can see there's a group of 4 followed by a group of 3. So this shot now is from the control tower where we're sitting, looking up at the bridge. So that bridge is about 1,000 meters from the start-finish line. And Campus appears to be in control of the race at the moment.
So the rain is so heavy that the GSM system that produced the signals for the results doesn't work either as it should. So now we are back to what we were used to 10 years ago. Our own eyes and binoculars and just watching.
Okay, so these are the 3 leading boats. As I said, the time splits that you saw earlier clearly weren't correct. But we got 3 boats in the leading group here, and they're just coming past the buoys, which are for the short lap turn, 400 meters down to the start finishing line.
And the cameraman of this camera is quite a hero, facing the weather, protecting the camera from the wet and produce quite good images. It's Manuel Campos, boat number 417. It is Jacob Persina who had a bronze medal at the short race, the short track on Thursday, boat number 416, and it's Roman Erlinikov from Russia that is also within these top 3. They will soon pass our commentary position, then we will be able to follow them for real.
So just 100 meters now to the start finishing line for the group of 3 leading the race.
And it's a penalty on 15 seconds for Andriy Shapoval, the Ukrainian Andriy Shapoval, for missing one of the turning boys up there, one of the green boys. And now we can see the 3 of them, Jacob Persina in the lead, passing the commentary position, and with him is Manuel Campos and Roman Erlinikov. Right behind them, 100 meters behind, is And the second group is Daniel Lacho from Hungary, 411, and 412 is Jan Luhy from Czech Republic, Viktor Glazunov from Poland, and Mateusz Sochora also from Poland. And we saw that in the third group, Shapoval, Ukraine will have a 15 seconds penalty.
So that steel bridge that you saw in front of you from that last shot is the control at the top of the dam, top of the barrage, as the leading group have gone round that turn just in front of that with the typical boat in the middle there with the control marshals, who are probably very happy to be out in a nice chilly wet day, contrast to the very, very hot days they've had up to now.
This could be a very, very good race. It's not a big gap between the first and the second group, and the three together there is already competing quite tough to each other. It's Campos now leading when they approach, when they pass the commentary position once again here up for their second lap. It's no portage on this first lap.
So at the moment it's showing it's lap 1 of 7, but in fact they're now on to lap 2. So we reckon about 15 minutes per lap, as you saw. That's probably quite accurate. So there's 16 and a half minutes, but they're actually on lap 2 now. Yep, just changed to lap 2.
It's good that we keep in track on what's happening, trying to help out when the weather got as it is. This is how we did commentary 10 years ago or so, without the technical systems at all. Quite a development. And the penalty that we were discussing, how does it work, Jim?
Well, what happens is that at the next portage that you arrive at, there is a penalty box. The paddler probably doesn't know that he's got a penalty, or he might do if he knows he's gone inside the buoy. So when he gets to the next portage, there'll be a marker there showing how much time penalty he's got, and he has to stop in the box for 15 seconds while the clock runs down, then he's off again. Well, generally, in the early stages of the race, it doesn't make a lot of difference. He probably likes to have a 15-second rest anyway. The other thing is that if somebody causes somebody to go inside the buoy, so it's not the paddler's problem, it's then the person who's caused the problem who actually has to, who gets the penalty. But that's down to the judge on the turn.
It is, and the penalty came in because we thought it was a little bit too rough to disqualify people all the time for minor faults along the long course. So we invented this penalty system. Of course, if they do something that is really, really bad out there, disqualification could be. But normally they got a time penalty of 15 or 30 seconds for minor faults.
One big move forward over the last couple of years is the fact that if a paddler throws his drinking container or plastic into the river, that's disqualification now. So but you can only get rid of your drinking bags, packs, when you come to the portage, you have to drop it on dry land. So the rain's eased off from that very sharp 5 minutes of really heavy rain, but it's eased off now. So, and we've got good shots back from the cameras. Interesting scenario yesterday was that the race was being followed by a drone. Very good shots from this drone, but he tried to be bit too clever, going up the stream as the paddlers went underneath that road bridge. The drone went over the top and smashed into a lorry which was going over the bridge. So drones have been banned by the local police.
Quite a serious accident. And we hope we will not suffer from that more. Currently, some problems with the GPS system. It's not the GPS that is not working, it's the interconnection using GSM. As for mobile phones, it's a little bit more difficult to use them when the rain is heavy. It's still the three in top, Roman Erlinikov, Jakub Persina and Manuel Campos.
Not exactly sure where this camera is located, but clearly very close to the top turn.
Yes. France passing there, Tanguy Souchet.
So
there is the top guys, the top three. Campos leading, Persina following easily, and Erlinikov as well. Persina and Campos, very experienced marathon paddlers. We have seen Erlinikov doing well in the beginning of the marathon races before. Has not finished very well in previous races. A good sprinter, a good 1,000-meter paddler. Erlinikov from Russia. We'll see how we do today. Another year to practice since last year, when the camera shots got better and better as the rain decreased slightly. And this is Garrido and Daniel Laxo from Hungary. On the 4th, 5th position?
Yep. Yeah, 4 and 5, with the second Polish boat now dropped back into 6.
And for Roman Erlinikov, he started first time in the European Championships. His career in European Championships 2013 in Vila Verde, Portugal, where he finished 9. And then he have had several positions around 8 and 9 in World Championships and European Championships ever since. Best so far is 5th in Bohin in Slovenia 2015. Last year he finished 7th in Metkovic, Croatia, and 10th in the World Championships in Prada, Portugal. So this is a very good result for him so far.
So that shot from the bridge, you could see on the right-hand side the 2-story cabins, and that's where Stefan and I are currently sitting and working. So about 500 now, back to the start finishing line. The yellow buoys you see there, that is the turn for the short lap. That marshal sitting in that boat there is obviously got to sit there for an hour and a half. Maybe he's got the Times crossword with him to fill out the time. The local area around here is generally farmland. Driving in from the hotel this morning, in the last couple of days, the whole of the fields are all covered with the bales. All the hay and straw has already been cut and is in bales. And also lots of cattle.
A very rich agriculture area. And now following these top 3 in Manuel Campos, quite a long career. First time he appeared on the marathon courses, marathon championships was in the World Championships in Bergen, Norway, 2004, where he was 4th. Another 4th position in Thun, the European Championships in Thun, 2005. A lot of 4th position there, 2005, 2006. And the first medal came in the World Championships in Győr, Hungary, 2007. For him, Manuel Campos, and since then many, many medals and top 10 positions. Both in C1 and C2. Silver in C1 in World Championships in Brandenburg 2016, and the European champion the same year in Pontevedra, Spain. Both in C1 and C2.
The screen indicating the measured gap between the leader and the next group of paddlers. So you can see 3 of them together in that top group, and then it's 160 meters to the next group of 2.
Manuel Campos had also have good results in sprint racing, several medals over the years. 4th position in the Europeans on 5,000 meters last year in Belgrade on the sprint side.
That's a shot of the local hero, Dange Soja. I should think he's probably a little bit disappointed. He's so far back at the moment. Yeah, 350 meters behind the leaders. That's a bit unusual for him, I think.
It is. He didn't do so well. He didn't do so well at the short track either, and he finished 11th. Quite disappointed on that.
So the leading group of three going round the bottom turn. And then it's a couple of 100 metres up the side river, and then a sharp turn right into the portage, which goes across the end of the little peninsula that we're sitting on at the moment. So turn point 2, that's obviously the one close to where we are sitting. Paddlers are just going round there now. So it's not the turning number, it's actually the turn position. So 1 is the top one, 2 is the bottom one. So we're going to get a shot in a moment, we hope, of the paddlers coming into the portage for the first time. So we can see that we've now switched to lap 3 of 7. Clearly after that portage, Campos with Bazzini made a bit of a break there, and now just in front of the Russian paddler, Kulinov. He's now 10, 20 metres behind that first group of 2. We can hear from the outside the cabin, I'm sure that's support for Socher running over the portage in front of his home crowd. So that's Lazio and Garodo.
So we need the cameras for the prize giving. We will start prize giving immediately. Very good.
So Linkhoff has made it back to the first 2.
prize giving, please. On the screen, so yeah, it used to be around 5 and 6, top 10 always, the previous years.
So the leading group of 3 still together as they come up to the top turn, halfway through lap 3. Campos, Pazina, and Ilenikov. The shot indicates that the gap between Group 1 and Group 2 is something like 60, 70 metres, but it keeps on changing, so we're not too sure about it. It's almost got to 119 now. So clearly the signals with the rain conditions are not working that well. That's a shot from the road bridge up to the top turn with the dam and lock gates on the right-hand side. This race is well spread out, as we can see. At 200 metres was about right. And we're now going to switch to the medal presentations for the women's C1.
And previously, the tent around the medal presentation was to protect the athletes from the extreme heat. Today is suitable for the pouring rain. Bronze to Dora Horani. Medals presented by Miroslav Xavier, first vice president of the European Canoe Association, and the Ukrainian team leader. And silver to Marine Sansinena from France, while the crowd is cheering. Her best result ever. Gold to Ludmila Babak, Ukraine. And another one in his long row of gold medals in European and World Championships. We will hear the Ukrainian national anthem.
Ladies
Back to the race. It's still the same three paddlers in top, now led by Jakub Persina from Czech Republic, who finished third last year in C1. Have been with us for quite a while. Jakub Persina, always finishing top 10. Also have done a lot of sprint racing. Not that successful, around 10, 11 or so on the 5,000 meters there.
So the leading group just going through the start finishing line, Stefan, and then just down to that bottom turn. And hopefully, as we had the camera shots for the medal presentation, we're going to see for the first time in this race the portage.
Yes, and that is their second portage. Erlenikov and Bersina and Campos. Bersina, who have had a little bit ups and downs over his career. We saw him first time on the marathon courses back in 2012 at the World Championships in Rome, Italy, where he finished sixth. And then fourth in 2013 in Vila Verde, Portugal.
So it's a good shot there, Stefan, of them just going round the old barge in the middle of the river there. You can just see the first three going round that bottom turn. About now, 200 metres up the side river and then sharp into the portage.
Hopefully, portage now. And hopefully we will have the cameras working now over the portage. Yes, here they are coming into the portage. A wonderful shot here. Manuel Campos, Jakob Presina, and Erlenikov.
So very sharp turn, just 200 metres from that bottom turn as they come into the portage. Now the portage is made up of the plastic floating blocks. They've got to be careful they get out of here because they're going to be very slippery now, of course.
Both Campos and Presina quick out of their boats. Erlenikov had to run now. Fast to keep up with the speed. Campos a little bit angry there, disturbed. He couldn't get the drinks he wanted from his team leaders. I think that will be a discussion after the race tonight. It's the worst you can do as a helper, as a feeder, missing to provide drinks. Second group into the portage. It's Manuel Garida, it's Laszlo, Laksho from Hungary. And it's Poland. Mateusz Uszora. Or was it Viktor Glasunov?
I think it was Victor.
It was Viktor Glasunov, yes.
Looks like our other colleague from Poland looks a bit fed up with life at the moment as he's going around that bottom turn. So we saw that the Russian paddler wasn't very sharp at getting out of his boat there. I think that's probably the same as on the previous one because he lost 20 or 30 metres over the portage. And it's the same for this one. So the paddlers are now on to lap 4 of 7.
And John Louis from Czech Republic, also him, an experienced marathon paddler, left the race. And now these guys are doing C2 tomorrow. And when they see they can't achieve what they wanted in the C1, they stop and rest for tomorrow's C2 race instead. This is the second group with Garrido, Laksho, and Glasunov.
So Zager just going round the bottom turn and then round into the portage.
France, Tanguy Souchier. Together with Gargalinagi.
So, for those who are not familiar with the portage arrangement, there are two tracks that you can take over the portage. One where you can receive your food and drink and any help that you might need, and the other one is a straight through track. And this one is no real advantage, one or the other, because it's a straight run, and you see that the red track is where you get your refreshments. The green track is your straight through scenario. Well controlled for safety reasons.
Ukraine, Andriy Shapoval. Currently on the ninth position. Here's the top guys. Berzina still in the lead. Erlenikov is not joining yet, but he's catching. Stopping there a little bit to adjust his drinking gear.
Looks like the second group are getting a bit closer. Do you reckon, Stefan?
Yeah, they were over 200 meters behind on the previous lap, and now it's 180 or so. Definitely moving fast now. And Glasunov is taking the lead. And there you can see how the C1 paddlers are wash hanging on the right hand side from each other when they are paddling on their left side. Seems to be the way of doing it for them, being a little bit easier to control where the boats are than wash hanging on the other side. It's all about which side they are paddling on. Most of them on that, all of them on that image paddle on the left-hand side of the boat.
Looks to be that Erlinghoff, Russian, he's not so comfortable in that boat now. He's not making the progress he did on the last lap to get back to the lead in two. So it looks as though he's probably going to get swallowed up by the second group before they get to that top turn.
Exactly the same development as we have seen before. A good sprinter, Erlenikov, but over the long distance of a marathon, he can't really manage the portages as well as the more experienced Campos and Berzina fell off. And
graphics are telling us that there's 200 meters between the first group and the three chasing paddlers who are going to overtake the Russian fairly soon, I think.
It's 100 meters now. Erlenikov to the third group. And it's 70 meters or so for Erlenikov to the top group. Tanguy Souchier, 7th position, which is where he used to be. Something on 5th, 6th, 7th or so over the years in these races. Souchier. Souchier that finished 11th on the short track on Thursday.
Both two boats, Stefan, round the top turn.
Campos leading. Seemingly work well together now, Bresina and Campos.
Perfect flat conditions out there at the moment. No wind at all. Just vertical rain, not driving rain.
And also a perfect temperature, I think, for the athletes. It's a little bit cold for us being outside now at around 20 and raining. But for them, that is absolutely perfect conditions. Manuel Garrido and Victor Glasuna is now 50 seconds behind. Victor Glasuna that won the short track on Thursday. He has the ability for a good sprint. Victor Glasuna. Then Campos was second and Bresina third. And Hungary by Daniel Lakshow, fourth. Both Lakshow and Glasuna is in this second group. Together with Garrido, that didn't do the short track. Manuel Garrido that we saw first time in C2 back in 2011 in the World Championships in Singapore. And then he had a silver medal at the European Championships 2013 in Vila Verde, Portugal. And after that, medals in most of or top 5 position at least in most of the European Championships since. Fourth in Piestany in Slovakia 2014, fourth in Bochini, Slovenia 2015, and a medal in Ponte de Lima, Portugal 2017. And the World Championship silver medal in the World Championship in Pietermaritzburg in South Africa 2017 as well. And the silver in the World Championship in Prada, Portugal last year.
So just coming up to the hour mark, about halfway through the race, I reckon, Stefan? You reckon it's a 2-hour race today?
Yeah. Nice shot there. The green environment of the Loire River. Enjoying the rain. The nature and enjoying the rain after a couple of days with very, very high temperatures and burning sunshine.
That second group of 3 don't seem to be making any real progress to catch up with the front 2, 7. I think they're probably still about 200 meters behind.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost the same speed, and it's exactly 200 meters now.
We're just going past the turn buoys for the short track.
And Erlinikov still are losing some ground on these two in front. But it's still 70 meters for the guys behind to catch. It's traditional river boats made of wood, using the sail now for rain protection.
Not dissimilar to your naval days, Stefan?
No, but traditional boats are nice. Part of the cultural heritage of every region of the world. Their traditional fishing boats or transportation boats. Very important for mankind. Ever since mankind entered the water first in similar boats as what we are using here today, canoes made of skins, and then after the skins came boats made of wood. When they dug out timber to paddle like these guys. Eskimos use skins and double paddles, and for the rivers of the world they dug out timber and used single paddles as these guys are doing here. So canoeing have been with mankind since the first steps we took on this planet. Always kind of competitive for different reasons. Here for friendly reasons and joyful reasons, which is good, of course.
Mind you, Stefan, when we went in Norway for the World Cups event, we had the opportunity of going across and seeing the Viking boats in the museum in Oslo. They weren't very friendly boats, were they? Because they went all around the world trying to sort people out.
Yeah, but mostly for trade. Trade in different ways, so to speak.
Trade in what?
Skins, tar, and bringing home silver and coins and some other things to the poor regions of the far north. They went all over, down to the Mediterranean, all the way down to the Mediterranean, but also over to the Americas. And now approaching the portage once again on their 5th lap out of 7. Campos and Bresina.
So the lap count has changed to lap 5. It happens as they go around that bottom turn. So they're coming on to the portage again now. Again, we just see how well they cope with this. Seem to be good control, stepping out the boat easily. So there's both going through the support track this time, changing the drinks in the boat.
Campos didn't get any drinks this time. It didn't look like he wanted any either. And here comes Russia by Erlinikov. Now 150 meters behind the leading Campos. And only 50 meters or so to these guys. So soon they will be 4 in this group, if everyone survived this portage. Glazunov, very peculiar way to carry his boat over the portage, upside down, which is good. He's emptying it at the same time as he's running. Laxo is running fast. We saw him do that on the short track as well, where he had a good medal. Or really was 4th. He was fighting for a medal there, as he's doing here. Daniel Laxo.
He went very wide off the entry pontoon here.
That was Lenikov.
Leading 2 boats just going past the boys of the short lap turn. The range just increasing again, so if we suddenly lose the shots from the cameras, it's because of the conditions.
Sochia. Enjoying his morning at his home waters.
What's your take on the French team colours, Stefan? The colours of the French team, their racing vests.
Very significant, easy to see them. Tracksuits are very similar to what is used in bicycling and cross-country skiing, as it seems, for long distances. Ukraine, wow, he managed to fix that, but he got his boat full of water. Can clearly see how narrow and small these boats are. Oh,
that
2 boats capsized.
Yeah.
And that is Garrido and Glazunov. Garrido and Glazunov. Watch Glazunov there, climbing the rope, and now he will see that his boat has disappeared. So we need to jump in once again and try to get it. If he can't get help from the rescue team there. He climbed the rope quite rapidly there, like a pirate on the river, but then lost his boat. What happened there? Now Glazunov got some help, and he might be able to get into his boat again, but Manuel Garrido also fell in. He were rapidly entering his boat again, Manuel Garrido, and off he were. but he lost his GPS, obviously. So we will keep track of him. There he is in the left hand side of this image. Manuel Garrido, currently without the GPS, but still on the 5th position.
So a bit of a change situation now, Stefan, in that last half of lap.
Absolutely so.
Just going underneath the road bridge with about 500 to the top turn, halfway through lap 5. We can see that Daniel Letzo has caught up with our colleague from Russia, Lenkov. So they're now together and probably 200 meters behind the leading two. So this race is not over yet.
Yeah, 150 to be precise.
That was a good guess of mine then, wasn't it?
And Garrido has not given up. He will do everything he can to close that gap. Manuel Garrido. He has the capacity to do it. That's proven many times over the years. He didn't do the short race. Saved his power, his strength for this instead.
That's
Enrico Calvi from Italy. Also a very experienced paddler. Not having such a good day here today. 1.5 kilometers behind the 2 in top. Sauchier on 6th position. I think he's quite pleased with his day here today. It's normal for him to be here in the middle of the list. And here's the top 2. Well together. Very interesting to see if Manuel Garrido, who were second last year at the World Championships, will be able to close the gap to the guys in front of him and being there going for the bronze medal.
And we can see on the graphics there, Stefan, that Garrido has, he's not coming up on the screen at the moment, and we think that's because he's lost his GPS signaling device off the boat.
Yeah, he lost it when he capsized. So we will try to keep track of him just by watching. So for Jacob Presina, this is the best race so far he's ever done. He had a bronze medal last year in Metkovic. And now with just 2 more long laps to go, he seems to be able to have a silver medal. Daniel Laksho and Lenikov well together. Now 150 meters behind.
One hour 15 through the race, about 45 minutes to go. Our estimate of 2-hour race.
Where's Garrido? Quite short, powerful strokes. He put in his paddle quite far from the boat, leaning on it, letting the weight of his upper body doing the job for him.
I think that
this is Glasunov.
Yeah, I think if he saw his display there, he'd be paddling under a Russian flag. I don't think he'd be very happy about that.
Tanguy Suchia. Two in top.
Pace seems to be slacking a bit there now, Stefan. I think they're probably a bit concerned about the paddlers behind. I reckon they might be back to a group of four in this next lap. They just passed the short lap boys there.
Yeah.
So just 300 meters now to the start finish line with 2 full laps to go plus the short lap.
These guys are traveling quite fast now compared to the guys behind them. 170 meters, it was 150 at the previous turn. Working well together, ensuring medals for themselves. Erlinikov and Laksho currently racing for the bronze. Where is Garrido? Garrido should appear here soon. Manuel Garrido that fell in that accident between him and Glasunov. Were able to enter his boat quickly. And I don't think he has given up on trying to catch these two.
So leading two, just going through the start finishing area. There's Garrido there. Now, Stefan, you just see him. He's the others 4 are just out of sight, all going around that bottom turn. Russia and Hungary just coming through. We can see just 200 meters behind probably. Round the volume turn, 200 metres up to the turn again into the portage. So we can see that it's changed to lap 6 now.
The time gap is 50 seconds now between the two in front. And the second group. We'll try to keep track on Garrido for you as well when these guys entering the portage. Garrido is now 40 seconds behind the second group. On 1 minute 30 behind these two.
Very close to running into the barrier then. Just saw it in time. Second pair coming into the portage. You see there 45, 46, 47 seconds behind. Whoa! Ilinikov, once again, is not too clever on the exit for the portage. Laxov has really gone for it there to see if he could break away at this point, I think.
Garrido into the portage. "45 seconds behind, or a little bit less, 40, 45. "40 seconds is not that much. He might be able to catch. I think the team leader was a bit surprised, him coming that soon.
Yeah, now we know why he's got the boat on his shoulder on that side,
Yeah.
Stefan. So make the team lead manager's job easier.
Nice bird enjoying the rain. Once again, Erlenikov has to catch up after the portage.
So Laxo didn't really go for it there, did he, Stefan?
No, he was just running
I think
normally over the portage. This could play a significant role in the final portage if they are still together. Viktor Glazunov coming in and he will have a 15-second penalty.
You see on the display on the right-hand side, 4:14, Poland, 15 seconds. You've got plenty of time to take on some drink now. Here
There he need to stop.
What's this for, he's saying? What have I done wrong now?
Yeah, he fell in, he had to swim, he climbed the rope like a pirate on the river on one of these traditional boats, get into his boat again, missed the buoy, and had a 15-second penalty. Not a very good morning for him, but he's not giving up. Could see in his face that he's eager to continue the race and do as best as he can. And he's still in front of Tanguy Souchet. And the rain is increasing again, quite heavy for the moment. And when you paddle, you don't really feel the rain at all. It doesn't matter much. You're just going for it, head down. And
excellent entry into the boat there. Stefan, did you see that one? Oh.
Once again, the same mistake
yeah.
from the Ukrainian, but he managed it a little bit better this time. When he put up his leg on the pontoon, the boat goes out, and he got some water into it. Andrei Shapoval, currently on the 7th position. Eighth, I think, because I think also Glazunova lost his GPS. So 2 persons out there on the course and with no GPS device, and we need to keep track of them manually. Garrido and Glazunov. Very heavy rain once again now. Today we're happy to be in this cabin. The other day it wasn't that nice, 54 centigrades inside here, like a low Swedish sauna. Looks like the camera crews have been able to protect their cameras now. This time the rain doesn't affect them much. And the course umpires are trying to hide from the heavy rain out there. The first couple of days they were suffering from the heat, now they are suffering from the rain. No end of challenges for these umpires. Garrido is coming closer. These guys are hiding the traditional way of traditional boats under the sail.
So 30 minutes to go, I reckon, Stefan?
Yeah.
Halfway through lap 6 at the moment.
Another long lap to go for them before the short lap. It's about 6 kilometers more for these guys. 6.5, probably.
So around that top turn for the leading 2, they're thinking we've only got to come up here once more. See very parched conditions on the bank above the plantations which are fed by the river. Conditions looking much brighter out to the west from here, Stefan. So hopefully this heavy clouds will move over fairly soon, and we'll be back to nice bright sunshine for the afternoon racing.
It will be lovely, because this afternoon we will have both K1 women and K1 men. Two categories with quite many boats and high quality racing as well. And now it will be interesting to see where Garrido is. There is Glasuno on his way upwards. Laksho and Erlenikov well together. Somewhere behind them is Garrido.
There he is, Stefan, just going round the top turn.
Nice and powerful strokes. Using his front leg. Long, this traditional technique of long strokes. It is a significant difference from the sprint technique in C1, where they use a lot more power in the first part of the stroke and much shorter strokes. We saw that in the ladies C1 previously today. Big differences. Like this Ukrainian, much shorter stroke, more power in the front.
It seems a bit surprising for me, Stefan, from that shot there, that they're going right down the centre of the river. You know, there's no flow here. I don't quite understand why they're not cutting into that left hand underneath the bridge arch.
It's a little bit strange. We've seen that in many categories. Following the bank instead of going straight forward in the middle of the river. There is no flow. It's more of a dam than a river.
Nice shot of the clouds there, which is we hopefully just passing over. It's definitely getting brighter from the west, so it's pretty good from this afternoon's racing, I think.
So brightness comes from the west today. Campos, Vrsina, Laksho, Erlinikov, and then Garrido should be in the middle there. He has no device, GPS device, so after Erlinikov there should be Garrido, and after him I think also Glasunov. So Glasunov and Garrido is missing on this list. Remember that. They don't have any device, but we are happy to see the list anyway.
I think it's got Glasuno down there at 414. He's on the marker, but he's obviously lost a lot of time with that when he fell in. I think he's still got his GPS working, but he's a bit further down the list than he was originally.
And the gap to the second group has increased. It's 190 meters now. It was 170, and they did a turn. Here the second group comes. Daniel Laksho, Hungary. And now
yeah, we're on lap 6 still, Stefan. That's correct, because they haven't got to the turn point yet. They're just going through the start-finishing area now. It'll change just when they get to the bottom turn. It changes at that point, I think. And then it...
So one more long lap to go for these guys. Sun is coming now, but it's still raining here.
Interesting colour scheme there, Stefan, with the fact that it suddenly got brighter. The camera was adjusting to that. Give a definite different position and different presentation of the paddling. Changed to a different camera now, so that's getting a different view. So it should change to lap 7 in a minute. There we go.
The final lap, the final long lap with Manuel Campos and Jakub Resina. I think they will still stick together over this portage. Nothing to really to win on losing their collaboration for the last long lap. 5 kilometers more to go for these guys. 54 seconds, it stays the same. Garrido has lost some ground. It's not catching on these two. Then I think it will be a race for the gold medal between these two guys. Campos is running fast now. Not taking any drinks this lap either. Garrido is over a minute behind now, so he won't be able to catch. With just one more long lap to go, so the race for the bronze will be between these two.
So we watched the technique. Hasn't been too good from the Russian up to now. Oh, much better that time.
And that was necessary because Laksho was watching and could see from his eyes that he would like to try something here. He's running really fast now. Maybe he's trying to break free now. Daniel Laksho. Here comes Garrido. It's over a minute, well over a minute now. So he won't be able to have a medal here today. Manuel Garrido. After his accident there at the 5th lap.
Got a shot of Sochier, much faster paddle stroke. He's
absolutely
very short stroke.
Yeah, we can see from the window here that Sochier is seeing his opportunity to close the gap to Glazunov. Glazunov just in front of him. On the 5th position.
Garrido over the portage. Oh, back on the shoulder.
5th position for Garrido, and then Glazunov on 6th. Another minute behind. And Souchier trying to close the gap to Glazunov behind Garrido.
Did you see that very useful operation by the Spanish team coach there, Stefan?
Yeah.
He squeezed some water down the back of his neck, as though he hadn't got enough down the back of his neck already in this race.
As a team leader, you really want to do as much as you can to help your athletes. Looks a bit dangerous when they have the pedals on the same side.
Was that what happened early, do you think?
Probably.
That's how the clash happened, because we didn't actually see it, did we? We just saw the result of it.
Yeah. Glazunov and Souchier. Just a couple of boat lengths now for Souchier. Up to the 6th position. He's doing what he can to close that gap. Seemingly having new strength. Look at the determination in his face.
There's a wonderful entry technique we saw last time, Stephen.
Yes.
Oh, we're going to miss it this time.
This is Andriy Shapoval, Ukraine, and Gergely Nagy from Hungary. On 8th and 9th position. Running hard, both of them. working very well together, as they have done most of this race. Jacob Resina and Manuel Campos. Daniel Laksho and Lenikov is now 150 meters behind or so. A little bit closer now, but just at 20 meters. Shouldn't be enough to close any gaps.
So around the top turn for the last time, Stefan.
Yes. 2.7 kilometers more to go. In this 26.20 kilometers long race. And the sun is breaking through now from the west. Rain is decreasing. Maybe we could have a very nice afternoon here after this refreshing rain this morning.
Do you reckon Mr. Trump has sent that over from America, Stefan? It's very nice of him, isn't it?
Hard to believe. A nice old lock there. This river has a lot of locks along it, as most of these large rivers of Europe has, to allow ships to go there, transporting things up and down these rivers.
There's a big canal also runs parallel to the river, about a kilometre away from here when we come over it in the morning. Lots of pleasury type boats on there, as against this river, I guess, is generally more commercial. Looks so it's just too much for these two to catch up definitely with the front pair at the moment, Stefan. Looks like they're just fighting it out for their bronze medal.
Yeah, absolutely so. Laxo has a lot better ability to portage. So if Lenikov should have anything to do with the medals, he might try something in the last turn or so. I don't think it's an appropriate tactic for him to just wait to the portage. Garrido continue to lose some ground. I think he's given up now. To close any gap. Seemed quite eager to do that when he first entered the boat. Of course, disappointed to have that accident. And he and Glasunov fell in on the 5th lap. Quickly into the boat after the accident. He has not managed to close the gap to the two in front.
So leading two down underneath the road bridge for the last time. About 800 metres now to the bottom turn. So past the boys for on the short lap. 400 metres now to the start finishing line. Around that bottom turn, over that portage, and then 800 metres to the finish.
Still waiting, saving strength for the coming final portage. I think we will see the racing start. The big race for the gold will start in the turn, just prior to the portage. Bresina seems to be eager to keep the initiative in there. Campos can trust his ability to finish. We all remember his wonderful finish with Martin Cover at the GIA World Championships 2015. Ukraine and Hungary.
That's back at the top turn.
It's from the top turn, yes. These guys are about 1.2 kilometers behind the leading guys.
So the leading two boats now going past the start-finish area. Just another 200 metres to that bottom turn for the last time.
With Campos in the lead, Campos having the inner curve in the upcoming turn, exactly as he wants. The very experienced Manuel Campos with so many medals with him prior to this race. He won last year with Rui Lacerda second and Jacob Bresina third. But then Jacob Bresina were 2 minutes behind. Here they are together. The best race ever for Bresina. I think he is already pleased with that. But of course he also want to go for the gold. Campos controlling this turn quite easily.
Just 200 now to the final turn into the portage.
Behind them, Laxo made an effort and ensured the bronze medal already into the turn for himself. Good racing there between these two in the race for the bronze medal. Is Laxo that is going full speed ahead around the turn now. increasing the gap to Erlenikov when these guys are entering the final portage. And now, into the decisive final portage. Very good way to enter the portage from Campos. Campos is running fast now. Seems like this is done. Manuel Campos, the winner of last year's Europeans. And here comes Laxo. Laxo entering the portage as a bronze medalist. Made a decisive effort into the turn, leaving Erlenikov behind. Bronze, it will be bronze to Hungary by Daniel Laxo. Erlenikov having done well, the best race ever for him. Here's Laxo in the race for the bronze medal.
So missed the first two getting into the river again after the portage there, Stefan, a bit of a shame.
Yes.
So we didn't see if there was any incidents.
Some problems with wet cameras still, but we will soon have them up there at the short lap. Oh. Here they are. It's Campos. Campos that managed to create that gap that he really was eager to do over the portage, running fast. I think it was decisive what he did entering the portage, jumping out of his boat much more quick than Bersina, and then that made a difference for him. And now he just have to keep that gap around the bend. Bersina is doing what he can, but it doesn't look like he is able to close any gap. They have been paddling together for so long this morning, so he can feel that he is second to Campos here. I think that is no idea for him even to try. Of course, everything can happen in marathon, but you can see Campos now just stretching out for another gold medal for himself. Manuel Campos, the great marathon king of today's marathon racing, winning another gold medal for himself.
So just 200 meters now to the finish.
Manuel Campos, the winner of last year's European Championships, the world champion from 2018 in Portugal, are bringing another gold medal to Spain and himself. Gold to Spain by Manuel Campos, the king of marathon 2018 and 2019, Manuel Campos from Spain. A great achievement this morning for him. He's happy, of course, and also a great achievement from Jakob Bersina, who is doing his best race ever, bringing a silver medal to Czech Republic. And he's very happy and should be. Jakob Bersina, Czech Republic. And the bronze medal to Daniel Laxo from Hungary, coming soon here. There he is with just 50 meters or so more to go. Bronze to Hungary. By Daniel Laxo. Well done. Daniel Laxo, Hungary, bronze medalist, and he is also happy for his medal. Daniel Laxo, that is quite young still, have many years more to do. He was fourth at the short track the other day. Now a bronze medalist. Erlenikov, the best result for him ever. Fourth position. Russia. So a long morning is soon over, and we will have a pause until 1400, or rather 1345, when we will start broadcast the ladies K1. Manuel Garrido from Spain finishing 5th. Not a very good day for him, falling in an accident together with Glazunov from Poland on the 5th lap, but managed to get a 5th position for himself.
A lot of support locally for our friend from France, Tango Chauchet, just coming down to finish now.
Finishing 6th. Good achievement for him. I think he's quite pleased. And he overtook Glazunov as we expected during this last long lap. He looked very determined to do that when we saw him in the portage. Glazunov, that didn't have a good day, fall in, lost his boat, and then on top of that had a penalty on 15 seconds. Seventh, Glazunov from Poland. Manuel Campos resting a bit. Getting into the pontoon here. We'll see if we can have an interview with him later. Towards the finish now is Andriy Shapoval from Ukraine. Ukraine that has quite a large team here during this event, the largest ever on the European Championship, on the European Marathon Championship. Andriy Shapoval finishing 8th, I think. Long, powerful strokes, the last ones for him today. Looks like he's happy to have finalized this marathon. And then following Gergely Nagy from Hungary. Not that pleased with his achievement here today, as it seems. Finishing 9th. And soon also Enrico Calvi will finish. And we will be back at 13:45 with some pep talks into the K1 women that will start 1400 this afternoon. K1 women, a very, very exciting race coming up then. K1 women at 1400 and then 1630 K1 men. Two of the great highlights during every canoe marathon championships. So welcome back then. Join us for some lunch and be back enjoying canoe marathon at its best. Me and Jim are happy to have had you tuned during this morning and hope to guide you this afternoon as well. Thank you and welcome back.